Nog was already dead when the big man blew him up. I killed Nog, I hissed. The giant snake stared down at me with a sort of disdain. First of all, he said, that was not Nog, that was my wife, and her name was Carmen. Second of all, I clearly watched your friend, who is not that much larger than you, shoot her 30 times while you sort of ran around with like a ninny and got off maybe one shot. This was why I ate your friend. Third off, I'm quite well aware that you had a hand in killing my spouse. This is why I intend to eat you now. Fourth of all, you are not a mongoose. It was at this point that I shot the snake in the face with a grenade launcher. I don't need that kind of negativity tonight. And this concludes another chapter of Snake Anecdotes from the Greater Raccoon City Area by Merriman Meredith. Perhaps we'll continue that next week. In the meantime, we have another Purblind Gamer stream of Resident Evil, no less. Not a long one, I think. A long day at work. More work tomorrow. Also mucking about with computer, hoping it won't crash. Yes. I hope everybody's having a good week, though. And sincere apologies for the disastrous stream on Sunday, when we tried to continue Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people, and the computer said no, and the various programs said no, even after a couple of reboots, and I still don't know why. I've messed around with some things, but, I mean, we are currently streaming, and the stream has not crashed, so I couldn't consider that progress. An omen of good things to come. Hey, and thank you also to everybody who hung out on my Saturday stream when we played Night of the Forget-Me-Nots, Japanese visual novel about gardening. And by gardening, I mean violent death in an abandoned building. Speaking of violent death, how about some more Resident Evil? See, any exciting announcements? Not a whole lot. But just to remind everybody, the community challenge is still going on, and you can still contribute points to it. And I don't know, I may have set the goal too high, so I'll probably make a poll on Twitter and MySpace and see whether people want me to extend it. Although I suppose it's technically possible we could meet the goal in the next week. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes and what people want. And, yeah, trying to think of a few more channel points rewards. Because I never feel like I have enough, but also, I tend to stream late and then often end up streaming or starting later than I intended, and sometimes finishing later than I intended. Almost there's a correlation. And some of them I don't think I should have people redeem late at night, because if, somebody redeems Song of the Day, I might forget to be quiet as I'm singing opera. Only it won't be opera, but you'll get the idea. And then, the neighbors call the police for disturbing the peace, or just throw a brick through my window. Yeah. Having a brick thrown through your window can really disrupt your stream, I assume. And is there anything else? Yeah, not a whole lot. My life's not that exciting these days. I need to start working on more stuff that is exciting, in addition to work and streaming. And let's be real, streaming can be exciting sometimes. Hey, especially when you play fun games, and games where you die a lot, get killed by undead ravens, which hopefully won't happen tonight. I think if I just don't make any noise, the undead ravens won't kill me. Of course, that's probably exactly what this game wants you to think. It's lulling you into a false sense of security before it throws something at you through the window. And Oh yeah, and I said I was going to try and figure out something too. Some kind of celebration stream for reaching 250 followers. But I don't know what. Maybe I should try and figure out one of those games that a lot of people do, like Golf with Friends, or Among Us, or Jackbox, or I don't know, multi-user dungeons played at 128k. Yeah. So, sometime in the coming streams. Go ahead and start Resident Evil. What happened last time? Well, we had rescued our friend Richard, and then, shortly after that, we met a giant snake, and he helped us kill the giant snake, and then the giant snake's spouse ate him, and we shot it a few times until it ran away. And then we killed a very tough zombie that would be in a chained-up coffin, and unlocked some doors and discovered an outdoor area. And yeah, I probably used up too much ammo. Still no sign of the 2 missing members of our team, and the remaining member of our team just kind of wanders around and occasionally pops up to give us items. And that's pretty much where we are. Oh yeah, and we have a radio, and we heard we received a broadcast from that cowardly helicopter pilot who abandoned us at the start of the game, and hopefully he'll come back here, and then we can kill him for his treachery and fly the helicopter ourselves. Hey, I think Jill Valentine can handle a helicopter. She plays piano, she kills zombies. Why can't she fly helicopters? Oh dear, I'm capturing the wrong window. That looks a little better. Yep, like that. Yes. Back when, even with the rating system, games had to warn you if they were too violent. I'm seeing that on some arcade games. Yeah, 11 saves. We've been going through those ink ribbons. Fear can't kill you, but... yeah, well, maybe we'll find more. I think, what do I have? What should I be armed with? Yeah, well, I'm going to be armed with that. Oops. That's right, we don't have any keys. I mean, other than this device, which we'll use to unlock the door next. And... I don't know, should I bring the canteen and the lighter? Probably. We'll probably run into more zombies that we need to burn outside. Although, we were... doing some reconnaissance last time. All I saw were dogs. Is there anything else? Yeah. Whatever, I feel like I ought to bring them with me. If we don't use them, we can run back to an item box. Yeah, that's full. And storm's still raging. Okay. Back outside. The map is pretty well designed in different ways through you can eventually find. Is here, right? As long as we don't shoot anything, the undead raven should be fine. There's one of them now. It'd be cute if they weren't deadly. There's a dog out here. Oh, there he is now. Oh. Okay, wait, how do I is there something I'm supposed to press to shake the dog off? Now that I know where he's coming from, I should put as much distance as I can between myself and him, and then run around and try and shoot him. Or just kill him with a shotgun, maybe. I wish I'd saved in the dining room. But there's no item box near there, so... Forgot about you. Freaking zombies aren't gonna use doors. That'll be laws. And we'll have to go back through that way again at some point. Where am I going? We just killed a zombie in that hole. After trying to dodge him over and over again, then finally deciding, let's clear this hallway. I wonder how many of them there are. It's probably hard to count them without, waking them up. And I don't propose to do that. If I aim, will it automatically let me turn and aim? Yeah. God, that auto aim makes so much difference. There's something written in the indentation. The defiler of the accursed coffin. We already killed him. Our map will show any of the outside area. Okay, there we are. gardening supplies. There doesn't seem to be anything of use. Why can't I go there? Pots and a toolbox. Okay. I won't take it, but I'll remember it's there. Ooh. Yeah, better take that. Yeah, I think I blew through my defensive items. Seem to be alone for the moment. Anything useful? There's something in the background there, but it's moving, but I can't tell what. Oh, it's a weather vane. Switch here. Oh, thanks, Auburn Dusk. Yeah. I don't think I should push it yet. Seems like a trap. How are you doing tonight, Auburn? Uh-oh. Shit.
Barry?
Monster! Chains! Gun! Ineffective! Instant! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay away!
Shit, Barry. We gotta help him. I mean, he said to stay away, but... Nah. We like Barry. Something about chains, guns ineffective, and the forest outside the mansion. Is that a sign? It points the way to several destinations. Oops. Are you gonna tell us what those destinations are, Jill? I wonder if this is a timed event. We're supposed to run for the forest as fast as we can. The gate will open when the guard dog's desires are fulfilled. Yeah, this isn't doing us much good. Wait. There's a statue of a dog there. A statue with blue eyes. The inscription reads, "The last gasps of destruction." Ooh, it's a Cerberus. Statue with red eyes. The inscription reads, "The war cry of revenge." It's another dog. Wait. The last gasps of destruction. The war cry of revenge. So what if we shoot a dog, then lure it down here, and then kill it? That way, the one statue would hear the war cry of revenge, because we wounded and it wants revenge, and the other one would hear the last gasps of destruction. Yeah. Anything else here? Yeah, I don't think so. It's probably not the solution though, because then if you already killed all the dogs, the game would be unwinnable. Unless there's some spot that just, infinitely spawns dogs, and I don't think I like that option. Oh, that's okay. Maybe she would tell us what the destinations are if I approach it from the other way. Okay. It seems to be some kind of signpost. Each destination is accompanied by a corresponding destination. North, Valley of Destruction. Destruction. South, Cave of Hatred. East, Summit of Madness. West, Path of Revenge. Revenge and destruction, you say? And I assumed that closed gate led into the forest, but I don't know that. Okay, well, let's go north first. North was the way we were going, wasn't it? Yeah, but then ultimately it veers east. Is there crossroads I'm missing? Yeah. Wait. Maybe we're supposed to line it up. I think I was aiming for north, but I hit west, and I guess that was the other one we needed. So what if we try and hit north with this one? Wait for it to slow down, press it a little early. Oops. Wait. Maybe one weather vane controls one dog and one weather vane controls the other dog. Revenge. Is there any easy way to tell them apart? Oh. Well, probably their eyes are actually colored. See. Where did that move again? Unless I got them both right the first time. Yeah. Okay. That one. It's destruction. Isn't destruction north? Hold on. Yeah, north is destruction, west is revenge. Wait, is this the revenge one? There. Yeah, I think that's the right one. Yeah. Hopefully Barry's fine. If not, I have a shotgun. And a decent running speed. Oh. Shoot. If we run into something attacks us, and we shoot, the ravens will get pissy. It's a graveyard. Yeah, I guess we can't go walking through there. Okay, he's cool. He's not, you know, angry at... Okay, he's not cool. Do not walk near the undead ravens. Noted. It's on a tree. That thing's moving. I don't like it. Okay, I guess it was just a tree. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This game is working. A large statue stands silently in the darkness. Oh, that's all. He said something about immune to guns. I wonder if I should have a knife and a grenade launcher. There's a gate. Oh, I'm going back the way I came, damn it. Maybe it's not a gate, maybe it's just a fence. Been an awful long time since we saw any signs of life. Something on the ground? Yeah, what? Yeah. I guess it's not an item. This cabin's bigger than I thought. The firewood looks fresh. A number of bandages have been hung up. Could these brown stains be blood? There's a map of the courtyard. Take it? Okay. Oh, hey, we're near an item box. This is good. You got the map of the courtyard. I don't believe for 1 minute this place is deserted. From here you've got a good view of the entrance of the cabin. Yeah. Oh, okay, there's the item box. There's a typewriter over here. Ooh, a family picture. There's a portrait. No, there's a journal left by someone. Done. 19. Daddy attacked first. Mommy attacked second. Attached, sorry. Daddy attached first. Mom attached second. Inside. Red and slimy. White and hard. Not true. Mom, where? Dunno, Dad. Found Mom again. When attached, Mommy, or maybe it's supposed to be attacked. She moved no more, she's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. Mom Where? I miss you. And 4. Okay, and there's the typewriter. Well, that's fairly disturbing. Something there. Crank. I wonder if I should keep that with me or stick it in the chest. Hey, we gotta climb up. I don't know, so we haven't run into any zombies outside. Maybe I should leave the lighter and the fuel can here. The crank? I don't know. Keep it with me for now. Who's that? Wait. There's a clinking noise. I wonder if that's impervious. If that has the chain and it's impervious to guns. I don't hear it coming, but it was moving slow. Yeah, the music's telling us it's still in here. I could get the grenade launcher. Could see if it's just an ordinary zombie. Oh dear. Did not let me back up. What is that thing? Is it human? Oh, it's gameplay again. I'm guessing that was what was impervious to guns. Maybe I should have saved my game there. I don't know. Got 7 ribbons left. I'll ever find a way to fix that doorknob. It would certainly make our lives easier. Oh, good. I guess that zombie who sometimes breaks through that door forgot about us. A couple of other outdoor areas. Maybe we'll explore those before we go back to the forest. Hello, friendly little feather bags. Alright. Is that an item? Is it just the light from the shadows? And just the light, I guess. Jeez. How many bullets that pup takes? Okay, caution, that's not terrible. It's bad, it's not terrible. Sign of the octagon.
Jill to Brad, can you hear me? Shit, it's broken.
Wait. Puppy. Which I think I remember there being two here. Am I gonna regret using the shotgun? No, wait. There's the other one right there. The dogs are not a shotgun blast at point blank range. Dogs. Specifically, zombie dogs. Fight your fears and survive. Or fight your fears and don't survive. He's thinking about it. I think what those dogs outside is. It's not really a good camera angle to be fighting them from, but I think it'd be even worse. You know, I think if I tried to go further out and was out in the open, they'd both attack me. Ooh, lucky shot. I guess if you shoot him out of the air. And stay down. I think if I kill the dogs and make it to the cabin, I think I'm going to just save. Of course. If you need something specific to beat the chain man, if you get there and don't have it, I don't know, maybe we can still dodge him and get out of the cabin.
If you can hear
hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad, can you hear me? Shit, it's broken.
Now, if I were to... This is pretty narrow. It's still a bad place to be fighting dogs. And from this angle. There's two... Yeah, there's definitely two of them. No, not three. If I... Pick out... Heck, I mean, I don't think I could reliably kill one with a pistol. They're not particularly observant. What the... Oh, shoot. I think there's a column between me and the dog. No, there's three of them. Fuck. I gotta use the shotgun at this point. Hey, Slarty. Welcome in. How are you doing? We're just channeling our inner Euripides. Too soon? Too soon. Oops. It's going alright, thanks, Lardy. Late night, getting eaten by dogs. But, yeah, the usual. Anybody spends a Wednesday. You guys should check out Slarty Bardfest, who is a retro and variety streamer. Does... yeah, a whole bunch of different kinds of games. I'm trying to remember, what was it you were playing today? I was lurking in your stream a bit at work, and I can't remember. Oh, yeah, sure. I enjoy hanging out in your streams. I don't know, sometimes you do multiple streams per day. Outright Demon's Crest. Oh, you beat it? I remember seeing that and thinking, wait, is that NES game? Oh no, that's Clash at Demon Head. Demon Head, Demon Crest. Demon cap on the toothpaste. I can't keep it all straight. It was tough. Oh, okay. Was that partly because like you were getting used to the mechanics and movement of it? It did look pretty interesting, and you know, looked horror themed, which, you know me, I like horror. Not when it does that though. Oh, the legend gargoyle. And that zombie really threw that door open. Yeah. One thing this game does is, I think it's randomized, like, when there's a situation where a zombie could be on the other side of the door. Like, you know, because you left him in the other room. Like, what his reaction is randomized. Yeah, I know. It's like, sometimes you go past and there's nothing. Sometimes you hear him rattling the door. Sometimes he opens the door, and sometimes he slams the door open and flings himself out. Dramatic dead people. Yeah. Yeah, just gonna have to deal with this place where there are 3 dogs. I remember when I thought 2 dogs on the balcony were tough. Granted, at the time I did not have a shotgun. One of them 6-bullet dogs. It's just the light on a shadow or something. Yeah. They don't feed their dogs, the dogs will feed on them. But I guess, when you're dead and intent on munching rotting flesh, it's hard to remember to feed the dogs. Because for all we know, them feeding the dogs, the zombies are going to want to eat the dogs. Yeah. This is not a time to be conserving ammo.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad, can you hear me? Shit, it's broken.
And Brad's an asshole. With a statement to prove it. And I will happily give that statement. One walks really close. I think I'll aim down and blast him. Okay. I think one's dead. Danger. Yeah, that's about what I was thinking. Okay, maybe there were only 2 dogs. Still, 2 dogs are bad. Damn, we used 4 shells on those. Ooh, elevator. I think we can't call it from here, can we? I mean, at least it doesn't let us fall down there. It's weird that she won't even comment on it. Like, yep, that's an elevator if ever I saw one. So we'll just take a look at this thing first. It looks like a fountain, but there's no water coming out. Is that anything of interest? No. Is that pond we discovered last time? Yeah. Why do I keep waiting for a zombie to crawl out? There's a square-shaped hole here. I wonder if this is where the crank will go. I'll have to examine it next time we get it. Wait, where's that? Yeah. Not herbs. Probably use that first aid spray that we saw. To go off the path and explore? No, okay. Yeah. Just turn it to self. I don't think that the first aid spray restores all your life. Or maybe it does. I think I've only used it once. Interact with these things? Oh no. Nothing by the elevator? This seems surprising. Nope. Okay, well, it didn't go well, but the dogs are gone. And I did say if we killed the dogs and got back to the cabin, I would save the game. And save Barry, too. There it is. In danger, I better. This This is fine. And I could have killed those dogs a couple hits last, but I don't know. Hey, we're playing on the hiking difficulty. You can afford to get chewed on by dogs now and then. First weather vane. Yeah. Reservoir dogs. I mean, if we threw the zombie dogs in that pond, maybe the pond's a reservoir, and then they'd be reservoir dogs. Is the west one or the north one? I already know what to do because we solved this puzzle earlier and then died.
Somebody respawn! Over!
Barry?
Monster! Chains! Gun! Ineffective! Instant! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay away!
Can't stay away, we have to save Barry. They said monster with chains, guns are ineffective, forest outside mansion. How do we kill it? Or do we kill it? Yeah, I wonder if the weather vanes are different colors and that tips us off. See if I find... Oh, right. We'll just... I wouldn't go near them unless I see an item, which I don't. I wonder if you're able to, if they're sitting on the tombstones, I wonder if you can like run up to one and kill it with a knife, not alert the others. Not that I'm keen to try it, but there could be items in there, cleverly hidden by the camera. I swear it's not a trick of the light. I swear that tree is moving. Well, maybe it's... doesn't look like leaves. But yeah, that noise was the chain creature. Who we ran into last time. Yeah, there's mist here too. What is it about the statue? Maybe it's not important. Okay. Can we go this way? No. No, we can't. Wait. Oh yeah, that leads up to the cabin, but where does this go? I'm probably about to get killed, aren't I? Wait. Is that a fence there? Okay. Not a lot of ways to turn. Ah, there. Wait. Oh. It's just two approaches to the cabin. Oh. Anything else outside? No. I just thought it was worthwhile searching inside the fence. Ah, herbs. Yes, let's pick the herbs. We'll be able to store them soon. Maybe that's the moon reflected there. Oh, the rain stopped. I just realized that. I mean, maybe it'd be a bit more prudent to save after we fight the chain monster, but I don't know. We have to go back and redo everything again. Okay, no, there's nothing else here. Unless there's one more. Herb. I think we got them all. Doesn't look like we have much choice. guess it's apples hanging on the wall or something. Onions, maybe. Thanks, Lordy. Oh, I like those emotes with the knife. Yeah. Yeah, we know something unpleasant is here. That's probably the best view. Yeah, the firewood is fresh. We know that someone started that fire recently. Someone or something. Yeah. There's no way to interact with that on the ground, is there? Nah, tried it. Bandages. Could these brown stains be blood? I don't know where you come from, Jill, but where I come from, blood is usually red, not brown. Just, you know, in general, not saying that's always the case. Well, what do I know? Maybe blood turns brown when it dries. I've seen colors do weirder things. Yeah. Okay, oh no, that's just the graveyard down there. It's a darker color. Doesn't that mean that there's something to be found there? Hey, Morden. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? And over there, there's the fountain and the pond. Oh, awesome. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Kinda tired. Fair amount of time at work. But, happy to be streaming. And I'm happy to be awake. I don't know what my boss would say. Yeah, we're just playing some Resident Evil Remake and close to a boss or something. A crude bed. It looks like no one's used it in a long time. Yeah. Have you played any of the Resident Evil games, Morton? Family picture. There's a journal left by someone. I wonder if this gives us any hints. Daddy attached first, Mom attached second. Inside red and slimy, white and hard. Not true, Mom, where? Yeah, I know a lot of people have streamed it, and a lot of people still, think it's a good game. Like one of the quintessential horror games. And I am enjoying it, even if I get frustrated at it sometimes. Dunno Dad found Mom again. When attached Mommy, she moved no more, she's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. Mom, where? I miss you. save? Yeah, I mean, I probably should save. Oh. Thanks for the pizza. Holiday pizza. Hey, pizza and Doritos. Doritos on pizza. Christmas. Shoot, it will be July soon. You're right. Yeah. You know, like if you put roast turkey and mashed potatoes on a pizza. Dump the herbs. Dump the crank. Shit. Worried. If I use up that much ammo on the freaking, what's it called? Those two dogs by the fountain. Well, we know the chain monster is immune to guns, so. Meat. Roast chicken. Yeah, what am I doing? So I know there's a reason to get rid of that, but. I'm getting my knife out and I'm getting my grenade launcher out. Alright, we have more shotgun shells and the incendiary shells. Whatever, we'll have to find another ink ribbon soon, I'm sure. This game wouldn't be that brutal, would it? Yeah, there, I see it. Am I gonna regret this? Probably. Live long enough, you regret everything, right? I mean, at least in a horror game. Maybe if we run, that thing won't notice us. Of course, if you stop running, it'll notice you, Jill. Face is messed up. Oh, wait. Let's see. wonder if we can get it to swing and then run in and stab it. I haven't done much knife combat. So we could just run past it. Shit, what if we break the window that we saw in the front of the cabin through and climb through that? No. It may be effective to try and kill it with a knife, but I don't think I have the skill. It's not a trap door down here, is it? Is that the way out? It kind of looks like one, doesn't it? Eh. Oh, right. Okay, where I got the knife? Lisa Trevor. Is that the name of the chain monster? I did think it seemed to be female. Oh. Okay, so she was this monster is actually a character in one of them in the movie? Or in Welcome to Raccoon City was the movie? Oh, neat. Jill, break the glass. Shoot the glass. Quote Alan Rickman. Nah, it's not gonna let us out that easy. Better than the Alice movie? Which Alice movie is that? Oh yeah, he was a good actor. He's been in some real classics. Oh, I see. I've never seen any of those. One of these days. I think I was kind of telling myself, oh, I'll play through all the games, and then I'll see all the movies. Oh, you can do a good Alan Rickman impression? That's awesome. I wonder if I could. I've never tried it. Guess I'll try the knife again. If I just run away, though, would I need to come back here? Nice. Do you have a redemption on your channel, like, you know, read something in Alan Rickman voice or that sort of thing? Man, she's got such a range. Oh, yeah. Like just the arc in which she swings it. Wonder how she... Yeah, she handles stairs a lot better than those zombies. If I just run away from her, then what? I can't access the typewriter again, and I can't access the item box again. But I can always run back to the mansion and use the ones there. Yeah, Hans Gruber. That really was a great movie and a great role. And that was where he said, "Shoot the glass." Don't know, but if I... Of course, if I did just run away, then... I mean, it's not necessarily I couldn't come back here, I just have to dodge her. When I did, and would probably lose some health. Do I have any spare grenades? These are all herbs. I don't think I do. Nah. I'll try running away and see how well that works. Should I keep the knife with me? No, I don't know. Right. Classic. And it's pretty sound logic. Oh, well, she can really move. See if she follows me outside. other zombies. Yeah, they're moving fast. See what happens if we go back in. Will she be waiting for us? Her playing with fire. Nice, there's a way to kill her with fire. Wait, where'd she go? Yeah, she must be further back. She doesn't have that big of a cabin here. Wait, where did she go? Be sure that's not a trapdoor. There's gotta be another way out of this cabin. Or a secret in it. Huh. In chat, let me know if you see a doorway that I'm not seeing. Just good view of the entrance for all the good it does us. Up here, and that's where we got the map. Nothing else there. Just the bandages. Should we go out that window? Seriously, where did she go? Yeah, she wouldn't have gone out that window, we'd have seen her. Huh. Oh, then I wonder if the game is just, you know, after she first appears, it's random whether she's there or not. And more likely she's outside somewhere. I ain't gonna keep looking for her. If she wants me, she'll find me. I kind of hope she doesn't want me. I'm pretty sure there's nothing else there, right? two paths could mean it's easier to avoid a zombie. Like, Jill sees him, but I don't. Now back this way. Oh, there he is. Excuse you. Vomit on me. I just got my uniform dry cleaned. I don't know if we're ever going to need to go back to that cabin. I'd rather hope not. We got the map, we got the herbs, we got the crank. We got the ravens. Man, if that zombie follows me into the cemetery, it's not going to be pretty. Thanks, Morton. Yeah. I don't think. I don't think there's a way to go through the cemetery to explore the rest of it without waking up the ravens. Unless there's something else along here. Hey, Rush Pirate. You've got pizza too. Well, come in. How are you doing, Rush Pirate? Yeah. Maybe if there's nothing we really need in that cemetery, the game will tell us. And you guys should check out Rush Pirate, who's a retro VTuber. Streams a bunch of adventure games and other things. How have you been doing, Rush Pirate? Was it you were streaming last? Oh right, Banjo-Kazooie. How are you enjoying that? Oh, great. Oh, yeah, my pleasure. Played Banjo-Kazooie once or twice, like, you know, in a Toys R Us, it was set up, that kind of thing. Back when Toys R Us was a thing. It seemed like a fun game. Oh, right. We got to examine. Oh, that's kind of you. If the end is square, maybe we can use it over by the reservoir? I call it the reservoir now. Yeah, the end is shaped square. Or square shaped, if you will. So... there's no telling what we'll haul up out of the lake with this crank. It could try and kill us. Somehow it would not surprise me. Does anybody who's played this game know? Is it going to come back and bite me in some way that I didn't fight the chain lady? It's too late now. She mysteriously vanished. You can hear the sound of a waterfall in the distance. Oh, we still have the crank with us. Weird. Guess we'll need it again. To stay on this walkway. Oh. Maybe we'll need to flood it again. Something white on the ground? See items wherever I look. Just wishful thinking. Oh yeah, Tim Curry was great too. So many good movies. I really gotta play Frankenstein Through the Eye of the Monster one of these days. Yeah, that's just the water in the foreground. Let's see, how will I perish if I go this way? That's the only way to go. Tonight the sun sets forever. There shall never be another dawn. What is that from? Frickin' ravens. Oh, legend. Okay, I haven't seen that. Blue herbs. I remember we read that botany book. I think it said blue herbs cure poison. Oh, shoot. I'm never gonna run into Big Nog Aina again. when you're this far away from the camera, it's hard to see where the ravens are. There's that waterfall, though. A raging waterfall. Oh, it's a really good movie. Oh. Several well-known actors. It looks like there's something behind it. Secrets behind the waterfall. What is this, a Tintin book? Actually, I wonder where that idea first came from in literature. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Well, 2 woke up, but I don't know if there's more. If I shoot them, I don't know if the others will get up. Fuck. Get off me, you son of a bird. Swamp foxing it. We'll go behind the waterfall, Jill. Shoot her. Fuck. Hey. Better shoot them. Where are they? Me. Oh, that was not good. There's a lot. I'm afraid I can't get back up when I shoot them. Yeah. This life's a forfeit. There's a fountain. Some kind of transparent creature is swimming around in the water. None of the crows or ravens are still following me. Interesting. Can't follow me in here though, can they? Oh, look, a black feather floated down. That's a nice touch. Wonder. Crazy idea. Sure are molting. But I wonder if there's just one, if you can kill it with a knife. That would be useful to know. Maybe you have to get the timing down really well. If you could. That's how I could explore the graveyard. I don't know if you can, though. I gotta figure out what's in that waterfall area without waking any of them up. Fight your fears and survive. Or run away from your fears and survive. I'm not going to use this. That's good enough. Yeah. Sometimes that's the best strategy. So there's another piece of paper pinned to the wall. Does anybody know, are there negative consequences from running away from her? Wonder where Barry is. That was a lucky one break that I made for it. Yes, we'll give the ravens their space. Respect their space, or more specifically, respect their ability to kill you if you don't respect their space. Excuse me. No, I think there were at least 6 ravens by the waterfall. It couldn't let me use it without looking at it. Joseph, welcome in. It's going pretty well, thanks. I am making very slow progress. But how are you doing tonight? And you guys should check out Joseph, who also streams. I don't think I've caught one of your streams in a while, but you mostly play, like, more modern games, right? Oh, and thank you for contributing to the community challenge, Slarty. I just saw that. Playing, oh, Destiny 2. I haven't played that. How are you enjoying it? Yeah, I didn't think I'd seen you streaming in a while. Yeah, my pleasure. So, are you a Resident Evil fan, Joseph? Ugh. Yeah, I hear that. Work can get in the way. I know I've been streaming late because I'm getting called into work most weekdays. Yeah, this is my first one, but it is cool. I can see why this became a popular series. And for a lot of the frustrating aspects, I think it's just me not being good enough. Or the game being like, you'll learn. And figure out how to do better on subsequent playthroughs. Okay. Is that an herb? Yeah. Oh right, the blue herbs. Okay, so there's one raven there. Ooh. Nice. Started with Resident Evil 2 on PlayStation 1. And then played most of them afterwards. Nice. You've gotten to see how it changed over the years. Yeah. I think the only ones I have are Resident Evil 1 for PlayStation and GameCube, and Resident Evil 2, the old PC port. I think... No, I take it back. I have Code Veronica for the... And Resident Evil 4 for the PlayStation 2, but I've never played any of them. Shoot. If I keep to the left side, then I might avoid them. Raging waterfall. There's something beyond it. But Jill won't go through there because she doesn't want to get her hair wet. Oh yeah, the voice acting in the PS1 Resident Evil 1. My roommate started playing it and we watched the opening cinematic and a couple other parts from it. Nice. So that was the game that lured you away from Nintendo. Right, Jill Sandwich, which I've heard of. And I was trying to trigger the cutscene to the events to play that cutscene in this version, but I messed it up and I didn't, so I had to get the shotgun a different way. Wow, what a mention. Quite an understatement there. Let's see if there are any more ravens. Yeah. And then there's so many, good games on other platforms. Like, for me, it was always Sega Genesis, but that was just partly because that was the only console I had, and I could still appreciate Nintendo games. Like, oh yes, Donkey Kong Country stuff is quite fun. I must get every console and every game for every console one of these days. Still working on it. So I realize we can use the auto aim to show us where the ravens are. Thank God for that. It looks like there are none over here. Yeah, so many good games for so many good systems. We will need to explore the area. And this is new. I'm gonna figure out what the deal is with the transparent creatures in the fountain. Oh, top down. What is this, Commando? Oh yeah. The money to buy all the stuff, but not all the time to play the stuff. Which doesn't always stop me from buying all the games. Although I do think I buy less than I used to, which is very much a good thing now that, Steam and GOG have so many games and they're so cheap. I buy less hard copies. Even though the collector in me demands to be fed some. Yeah, if only there, being an adult and working and everything didn't take up so much time. Why do I feel like I'm going to get ambushed? Yeah, I know, like the 90% off sales sometimes. Or just the straight up giveaways. Like, last week GOG just gave away Sanitarium, which I played the 2005 re-release, and that's a classic horror game. I gotta stream that one of these days. But yeah, GOG was just like, here, one of the best games ever made, yours, free. Like, what's the catch? Snakes! Ah. And again I say, enemies low to the ground that, they can move. We see the Alone in the Dark influence. Ah, more snakes. I'm sorry I killed your mother, or father. Ah. Shoot, are they following me? It's a survival horror game, of course they're following me. Well, it won't be easy to get through here again. I have no idea where we are. Snakes always follow. Why did it have to be snakes? Where? Residence? Hey, that's not the title of this game. Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, okay, now that we're outside of the mansion, you can turn it. Ah. Yeah, the residents. You know, that band that was responsible for the video games Freak Show and Bad Day on the Midway, whom we saw advertised in Hellcab. One of the best things about playing Hellcab is I never have to play it again. Hey, Scap, welcome in. Apparently, different sort of residence. How are you doing tonight, Scap? More blue herbs. Oh, thank you, Morton. Great Christmas in July. Or June. Thank you, Morton. Hope you have a good night. Frosty and Rudolph's Christmas in July. Door plate reads 001. In your nerdy baseball game? What is that a video game? Or is it like fantasy football but with baseball? I keep thinking, wow, this game is pretty big, and we're still on the first disc. Is that first aid spray? No. Buckets and ropes. The ropes look freshly cut. Oh, it's a baseball sim going back more than 20 years. I'll leave it for now. Is it like a computer game? An old time. Oh. And my ink ribbon's in the box somewhere. Gotcha. Wow, it's been around a long time. Is that kerosene? Yeah. We're not using it the way that I thought we would. Oh, item box. Oh, thank you, Drusif. Oh, hey, thanks so much. I really appreciate you coming in, and yeah, thanks for the lurk and hanging out, and hope you're able to stream again sometime soon. Oh, hey, there's an ink ribbon now. Ooh. And a battery pack now. And now that we know an item box is nearby. There's no reason not to grab everything. Should I save? Oh yeah, I did stop by Neon Arcades. Agreed, this does have some good music. Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid that Neon was playing did look fun. Is that... Oh, Vastalord. Hey, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Be easier to recenter if the mouse didn't sometimes show up on the screen. Now, if we should save here. We haven't actually done that much since we escaped from the Chain Lady's cabin. Is there anything else here? It doesn't appear to be. It was over here, right? Why do I think there's going to be some form of evil in the residence? Oh. Down is that? Able to... boy. Resident Sokoban. Fuck. What is... Oh, that's not a zombie, that's a tentacle. Yeah, wow, that's... Yikes. People are rude. Anyway. How could we have known it was there? Why, we couldn't have. Push it. And wait. I should have pushed up directly near that other box. Let me reset that. Yeah, considering that we've had zombie crows, zombie bees, snakes, zombie dogs, I shouldn't be too surprised that we got zombie octopi. Wait, it doesn't reset. Oh. I assume I can't just climb up on this one. Try pushing it a little further. I know. Zombie bees, or yeah. Those you could just call them zombies, but that gets confusing. Wait, is there something up here? Oh, I think it's just a spider web or something. Oh, okay. Just a way to get over. There doesn't seem to be anything useful. Too quiet. Even with all the bugs. Yeah, it's... This game has taught us not to like windows in general. It's like... You never know which window something's gonna jump out of. And you might pass by it several times before that happens. Shoot. Speaking of zombie bees, I have an uncomfortable feeling that that's what we're hearing now. Is that a doorknob? No, I don't know what that is. Newspapers lie scattered about. They all seem to contain articles about STARS, which is the team that we're a part of. Oh, that's my reflection in that window or whatever. Wait, is that? Oh no, nothing different. It's locked. The door reads gallery. Okay, maybe these are just moths.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said, I have my orders.
But it's not necessary to destroy stars.
Don't be a hard dog to keep under the porch, Barry.
What about my family?
Barry.
I will guarantee their safety.
If I play my cards right.
So one of those was our friend Barry. I don't know who the other one was. A map of the residence. Oops. You got the map of the residence. A hole in the wall. You see a giant beehive. Oh, shit. That's not good. Did I ever mention that I hate bees? Shoot. How many are there? Like 3, 4? Oh shit, you stepped on a beehive when you were a child? That must have been awful. If. Did I just squash the bee? Oh, no, I just stepping in the water. Sounds like that other guy was trying to recruit Barry? Or... Can I cover it up? Maybe I didn't do me any favors.
Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
That
Talking to yourself? You alright?
didn't
What's gotten
sound...
into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I?
It sounded like two different voices.
I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, Maybe I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change.
He already was outside.
Don't worry. I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
He's acting weird. Oh, thank you so much for the contribution to the community challenge. Really appreciate it. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident. The plant at point 42 is growing at an alarming rate. Although there are many known aspects about this plant, we know that it compares with the other group of plants. The T virus has had a substantially strong effect on this one. Oh, hey, Techie Rob, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. For the host. How are you doing tonight? Oh, and thank you for the contribution to the community challenge, Techie Rob. Yeah, you guys please go check out Techie Rob, who's a retro streamer who, like me, is quite partial to the Sega games. We killed some evil zombie plants earlier. Hey, my pleasure. The T virus has drastically morphed the host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We've also found that Plant 42 has 2 main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its root. Somehow, it has rooted itself down into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Excuse me. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. There's a high possibility that it's one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling of the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. Oh, I guess that was what attacked us. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses the tentacle-like vines to capture the prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey, or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to Plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaved the way it does is still unknown. May 21st, 1998. Henry Sarton. So what I'm gathering is we're going to have to fight a boss. I wonder if I hadn't used that herbicide back in the greenhouse, if I could have poisoned its root. But that was the only way to get that mask, and we needed the mask. What else is in here? Newspapers and magazines lie on top of the bed. Someone appears to have vomited blood on some of the newspapers. I wonder if Barry was infected. There's nothing special. Not just here, but in general. Nothing in this world is special. I think Jill's becoming a little bit jaded. Oh. Can we push this other one over? There's something back there. Ladder. Well, I guess we should. Maybe the plant's down here. Fire extinguisher. If there's one thing I learned from Duke Nukem 3D, if you shoot one of those things, they explode. And we can push these crates. It's locked from the other side. This is Aqua Ring. Oh, okay, I guess we have to push these and use them as a bridge. Oh, okay, it's water. I'm expecting plant tentacles at any moment. Is that enough? Nah. wish I had explored the waterfall area more. I think we'll have to go back there eventually and try and pick our way through the ravens. We're on that mysterious transparent creature in the fountain. Over here. Herbs. This is what I'd say they mentioned. Shark! Jill, run faster through the water. Oh, 2 sharks. Excuse me. Shoot, we have to go all the way back to Chain Lady's cabin. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat. I need a bigger gun. I could other with my grenade launcher. See how the old jabberjaws like it. Oh, thanks, Rush Pirate. I appreciate it. I feel like I haven't been dying as much recently. I think my first couple streams I was spending a lot more time dying, and plus I was trying to dodge zombies more and not doing well. I think I've gotten marginally better, but also I'm like, just kill the fuckers. Worry about ammo later. Oh, thanks. Here, watch how I take care of the chain lady. I take care of her by running away and leaving her in peace. And the really spooky part is, if you go back into the cabin, she's gone. And there's no other way out of the cabin that we've found. There's probably an underground passage, and she'll like pop up again and kick me into the water and I'll get eaten by sharks. And not just any sharks. Zombie sharks. As far as I'm concerned, it's canon that everything trying to kill you in this game is a zombie. And now wait, this is the other way to the cabin. What am I doing? For whatever reason, this forest zombie has a preoccupation with vomiting. And a preoccupation with trees. Man. I gotta say, the inhabitants of this cemetery are kind of unkind. Because they're ravens. And a flock of ravens is called an unkindness. Don't believe me? I read it in a Ruth Rendell mystery, so it must be true. If you can't believe everything you read in books, well then, what can you believe? And we still got more to do in the mansion because we still haven't found the fourth key. I'm glad now, though, that I killed those dogs earlier. Cutscenes really are pretty neat. Oops. Hey, wait. Don't go around with that equipped. Okay. Yeah, this time I'll thoroughly explore the waterfall cavern. I wonder if they intended you to use the auto-aim to help you navigate around the ravens. And some of them are not that obvious, and some of them are downright hidden. No. There's one there. No. Can I go around this one? Yes. There's nothing up there, is there? Just a slick rock, I suppose. God, they sound like they're all over. No, I think that's a raven in the fountain. Shoot. Yeah. Some kind of transparent creature is swimming around in the water. Oh, are we going to catch it? Huh. Maybe the one in the bird bath is too distracted. I wonder if I could get it with a knife. The button has been taken, or the battery has been taken out. Fortunately, we've got battery packs for days. But I'm assuming we can't use them. Yeah. And by for days, I mean one. We have one. 1 day's worth. Okay, then this must be the elevator. The power to the elevator isn't turned on. There's got to be a power source somewhere. So that'll maybe be the quickest way to get back into the mansion. We'll still have to run back through the snake passageway to get there. Yeah, maybe there are only a couple of ravens you can actually trigger by walking near them, but then if you fire a bullet, 5 more join in. Yeah, boy. The snake pit. It's pretty effective when they just start falling from the ceiling. Just looking for any items here. And I think I better just run through. Is that an herb? No. Just a plant. Hey, hear the way they hiss? Normal snakes don't sound like that. Clearly zombies. Is there more here? A pesticide spray for flowers. Ah, that appears to be empty, but still. Herbs. Hey, Julian. I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, okay, plenty of herbs. They expect us to get bitten by snakes. Yeah. Shoot, maybe what I should have done was try and run past the plants in the greenhouse. And since I killed them, I would have pesticide or herbicide to deal with plant 42. Oh well. Awesome. Yeah, this game is pretty interesting. Not easy, but still fun. And not unreasonably hard, at least not on the normal difficulty. Have you played any of the Resident Evil games? Should I take it to use against the sharks? I don't know. Probably don't. I don't know, I pretty much never use the knife. Yeah, and that was me for years until I started playing this one. Like, not yet, but I'll get to it. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, and figure the series has had 8 main games so far. It must be doing something right. Yeah. Should I save the game now? I don't know. These 3, that would give us 9 ink ribbons currently. And surprised it's giving us more kerosene. I suppose I'll get the map. Oh, okay. Thanks so much for coming in to say hi. Hope you have a good night's sleep. I'll probably have to end pretty soon. I do have work tomorrow. Well, before I save, I'll at the very least push the box over the tentacle vine floor. Is that 001, I think? And what's in here? Did we ever try this? Oh, I don't know that we did. Shelob. feelsSpidersman. Hey! You can't do that. Apologies to anyone who is arachnophobic. Yeah. Spider's being kind of slow. Maybe I actually could knife him to death. I have to justify not using that knife somehow, some way. An advertisement for an arm wrestling contest. The winner will be named Chief for a Day of the Raccoon Police Department. Is he following me? Some billiard balls. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There doesn't seem to be anything significant about them. About their order, but what? About the order. So that's telling me there's something significant about them that doesn't involve the order. A guitar case. It's empty. Oh, look, the spider's climbing on the bars. That's pretty cool. I think that's what's happening. He sees me, and he wants me. An orange oil lamp. It's not lit. I didn't even know oranges had oil. What havoc is he creating? Oh, hello. Maybe he wasn't climbing on the side, maybe he's just down on the stairs. Oh, hello. You came up to play pool. Caution. I can live with caution. Wait, shit, I think there's 2 spiders. I think there's one on the wall outside and then one in here with me. So, fortunately, he can't spit through the pool table, can he? Yeah. I mean, it was this way, right? A leather jacket. Part of it has been burned by acid. I'm going to... I'm gonna experiment with the knife. If we could kill both spiders with a knife, that would... And they're big enough, they look like they'd take a fair amount of ammo. I could use some herbs. Why is this door's always hard to find? See, is he still on the stairs? It might be less good for us if he was still on the stairs. Hey. I mean, I'm sure that didn't kill him, but it did something. Maybe it just knocked him down and down there too. Scuttling about. Oh, okay, no wait, they're both, shoot. Yeah. Shoot. Can I get down and slice him through the railing? Would the game permit that? Worked on zombies. Oh. Yeah, don't like that, do ya? Kill the spider! No, I think we're in a lucky spot because I'm too high for the other one to get me. And this one doesn't get the whole corner. Yeah! Okay. It's a matter of getting the other one to come up. The partition is decorated with dishes. Something I can press like a button. Yeah. What's he doing? Yeah, I can see him. Okay, he's coming up the stairs. Thank goodness spiders are not unduly intelligent. Hey. I'm a spider. I've been been doing that every time I run into spiders ever since I played Gynophobia. That was a long time ago. A green oil lamp. It's not lit. It's gonna be another one of those color-based puzzles. I think I shall. Red book. Wine bottles are scattered about. They're all empty. Spiders do love their Merlot. Shotgun shells. I could very easily have missed those. Looks like the oil lamp's the only thing on the table aside bottles. Can't get back there now. Is that something else on the bar? I don't think it's accessible. Over here is just barrels.
Streamer, game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid. Streamer, you must plug the
Oh,
stream.
hey.
Streamer, got a raid. Here's a
We
raider,
just got a
raiders,
raid.
Welcome raiders. Are the raiders alligators? Raider, crackle.
Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. It Super Nimbo. Thank you so much. Everybody, please go check out Super Nimbo. Welcome in, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who specializes in horror games. And tonight we're playing Resident Evil for the GameCube. Thank you so much for the raid. It's good to have you here. It's going all right, thanks. I'm enjoying this game. Let's see. Welcome in Ken Masters, Super Nimbo, and Xenofure. Hey. Great, yeah. Great to see you guys. What were you playing, Super Nimbo? Oops, I messed up the shout out. Hey, how did your stream go? Oh. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Oh, I haven't played that. But I played the original Ghosts and Goblins once, and once was enough. That game's brutal. Is this game as hard as the older Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts? I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. I don't know how many of you chaps are familiar with Resident Evil, but I don't know where exactly in the game we are. We just went from the mansion to this cavern with a waterfall to this new building called the Residence, and we just killed some giant spiders with a knife, and yeah, there are also sharks and a giant plant in here that keep killing us, so we'll see where we end up next. Oh man, it's even harder. That's quite impressive. I thought the old one was quite hard enough. But hey, at least it's a fun game. It's exciting how many games are getting, reboots and remakes and remasters and reimaginings and resets and rebrandings and a lot of re's. Oops. We found these pool balls, and there doesn't seem to be anything significant about the order, but guitar case and an orange oil lamp is up here. It's unlit. Some of the game puzzles in this game are easier than others. Don't tell me, do you mostly play a retro game, Super Nimbo? Is there anything over there? Didn't really explore here because there's being chased by a giant spider. A rack full of wine bottles. They're all cheap vintages. In addition to being a pianist, Jill is a wine snob. Red oil lamp. I better stash a few items. Oh yeah. And push this crate. Because if we don't, a tentacle comes up from the floor and tries to kill us. Oops. I think I wedged it against the wall by error. Sometimes with these controls, it's like you're trying just to walk past something that could be pushed, but she's eager to try and shove the crates and bookcases. Anyway. Should take a closer look at this red book. It's a book with a red cover. Hold on, let me zoom in, see if we can read the title. Bandage with blood. In the chain lady's cabin, there were bandages and we wondered if there was blood on them. I suspect we are going to have to go back there after all. book with a red cover. Nothing is printed on any of the pages. Is there a special way to use it? Wonder. I imagine we can stuff that in here too. And I don't know, I'm kind of thinking I should save the game since at the very least we killed the giant spiders, and I think we kind of got lucky with how easily we were able to kill them without wasting any ammo. Red, orange. What's the other oil lamp? Yeah, that's not it. Don't know what that is. It was on the table. Green. Any of you guys tell me, are any of these pool balls red or green or orange? I only see in black and white. What would the... I don't know what bearing that would have on the oil lamps. I wonder if it's telling us the order in which we have to light the lamps, maybe? But we do have a lighter. Anything else here? I don't think so. There are only 3 of them here. Yeah, well, we'll come back to that. This is the locked one, right? Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do is I'll save and then play a little longer, although I have to wrap up fairly soon. Work tomorrow and everything. Where are my other ink ribbons, huh? Yeah, so if I save now, that'll bring me down to 8. I don't think that's terrible. At some point we'll stop finding ink ribbons, I'm sure. Now we can be a little more reckless. Actually, should check what. Okay, yeah, it is somewhat late, huh? Yeah, but I'll play a little bit longer. Have any of you all played this Resident Evil before? Being the GameCube. Oops, don't want to push that. Yeah, the GameCube remake. There doesn't seem to be anything useful. There were more herbs back there after the snake pit that I could have collected before I saved, but oh well. Newspapers lie scattered about. They all seem to contain articles about stars. Is there anything? Yeah. Gallery, right. Don't know the significance of that yet. If we take the map but don't look in the hole, maybe the bees won't attack us. Or maybe they'll attack us anyway.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said, I have my orders.
But it's not necessary to destroy stars.
Don't be a hard dog to keep under the porch, Barry.
What about my family?
I will guarantee their safety.
Is that...
If I play my cards right.
It sounds like two different people. But all we could see in there is one shadow.
Jill!
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You alright? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, maybe I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry. I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
Oh, I'm worried. But also, he says get some fresh air for a change, but we heard him outside earlier. He sent a radio broadcast from near the chain lady's cabin. Hey, Hairball. Welcome in. Oh, no worries, Hairball. I know it's frightfully late, but thank you so much for dropping by. And you guys should go check out Hairball. He was a feline VTuber and mostly streams adventure games, older adventure games. Great Greed. The sequel to In Pursuit of Greed. But I hope you have a good night, Hairball. It was weird that he said that. It was sounding as though he hadn't been outside when we know that he had. Or somebody was broadcasting pretending to be him. I kind of think it was him. Of course, also, he didn't even know he had a radio. Because we found it from someone we got it from someone whose life we saved and then who died since the last time we saw Barry. Yeah, we just read this earlier. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident. The plant at point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Oh, you have to head to bed too, Ken Masters. Yeah, I know it is late, and I really should end very soon, but thank you so much for coming in. I hope you have a good night. Yeah, you too. I had to position it right. I'll probably just play for another 10 or 15 minutes and then call it a night, fade out, go to bed. Just see if I can get somewhere that doesn't involve me getting eaten alive by sharks. Zombie sharks. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison with the other group of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed the host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We also found that Plant 42 has two main sources of accepting its necessary nutrients. One source is through its root. Somehow, it has rooted itself down in the basement. Oh, you're welcome, Hairball. My pleasure. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. there is a high possibility that it's one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling of the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. We believe that the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses its prey, it uses the tentacle-like vines to capture its prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to the Plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaves that way, the way it does, is still unknown. May 21st, 1998. Henry Sarton. Don't know. It's better to kill it through the root or the innards. I'm hoping we can just poison the water and get rid of the plant and the sharks. Newspapers and magazines. And someone appears to have vomited blood on one of the newspapers. Yeah, I really hope Barry isn't infected. He's nice. I don't know what that thing on the right is. Maybe it's just a hook in the wall. I guess before I go down there, I should see if there's anything else on this floor. Hey, wait. This shirt is soaked in blood. Ah, there's a splash of blood on the door too, it looks like. I hear something. Yeah. I should equip a weapon, shouldn't I? And I was making that noise. Water drips from the sink. Perhaps the valve is broken. Maybe there's a zombie in this bathtub as well. Eh. water is leaking from the tank. Residence key. Getting back up? Yeah, he's getting back up. Okay. If I end up saving again tonight, we'll have to remember to come back and burn him. Looks like everything in here. That's the door we came in through, right? Okay. Let's see. There's a way through here without getting eaten. What is that thing? Yeah. Hope it might be some kind of water control, but water control. We still have the crank. Maybe if there's somebody to use that here. Oops. Here. Yes, fortunately they stay floating there. Wait. What am I thinking? I've got the residence key. Pardon me. You know, I don't know if we would need to burn the zombie in the bathroom, because I don't think we'll have to go back in there. And if we don't go back in there, I assume he won't be resurrected. he doesn't fit any of these doors. Still got me. Son of a plant. It's not necessary to use it there because the door is unlocked. Ha ha ha. Definite indication that I'm tired. There we go. Oh, so why not? Of course, the game might come back, 10 hours later and be like, haha, we tricked you, there was no use for it. Too bad you discarded it. Solid dog, what is that? Oh, there's a foot. Someone hanged himself. Unless the plant caught him. This bed shows signs of having been used. Perhaps this guy was the one with the blood-stained shirt and who vomited blood on the magazine. An old bookcase. The books are mostly concerned with literature and philosophy. Yeah, where do I have to be to pick that up? Self-defense gun. Suicide note. June 22nd, 1998. I had to do it. We ran from those things, helping each other survive. But Robert started to show symptoms. I had to do it. Those damn things are evil. There was no other way. He would have done the same if it were the other way around. After I put him out of his misery, I had to just leave him in the bathroom. Now I'm probably the last one. How could this happen? I'll never forgive myself for being part of this project. Eventually, I'll get what's coming to me, though. There's no way to escape from this nut house. It's just a matter of time now. Everything is set. All I need is a little courage to get it done. Knowing that I'll leave many things undone is regret beyond words. But this is better than just waiting to turn into one of them. Please understand and at least let me end my life as a person. There's a message on the back. Linda, Please forgive me. A self-defense gun that fires 22 magnum rounds. One round has been fired already. Don't have any magnum ammo, do we? Is this a door? Haven't gone in yet. I don't know what made that noise. Toilet papers, they're heavily discolored. A well-polished mirror. Oh wait, he said they left the other guy in the bathroom, but what if he's gonna come back to life as a speedy zombie? It's full of dirty water. Pull the plug. There's something inside the bathtub. Control room key. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's just being a normal zombie. That's good. And stay in there. Wait, control room. Anyway, that's the gallery. It's possible, though. Control room is in the basement. Awkward reading, excuse me, but I like to call it the basement. Yeah, it was down here. Oh, it's locked from the other side. Yeah, this key must go elsewhere. Isn't it nice we could just walk across the crates instead of having to jump? Yep, that's the door. Before I go walking too much, whatever. So as far as I can go that direction. Oh, right, we got the better shotgun. Yeah, I expect to die, but let's see. The shotgun works with sharks. Oh, hey! Abracadaggers! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the subscription. That's really kind of you. 11 months. Wow. It has been a while. But you know, that's a good question, Daggers. And, Blood. It's gone 2:30. You know, I'll wrap up within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I think. Because I do need to go to bed and get some sleep before work tomorrow. I didn't intend to keep going this late, but... Well, I'm just kind of curious if I can get out of here without getting eaten by sharks. But how's your day going, Daggers? Or night, day, whatever it is these days. Evening. Yes. We were in this room once before. Got munched by zombie sharks. I am liking it quite a bit, yeah. I've gotten to the point where I'm progressing pretty well. I'm still worrying that I'll run out of ammo and health and ribbons and kerosene. The fact that I didn't kill Chain Lady is going to come back and bite me. Or choke me. Or eviscerate me. Oh, yeah. Hope you like buckshot, Jabberjaw. Ooh, Jabberjaw does not like buckshot. Ooh, there's two of them. Is he dead? Okay. There's the third one. I saw it. I swear I did. Yeah. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it's just the water playing tricks on me. No, that was a fin. didn't die. That's a plus. Oh, shoot. Oh, there it is. I see it. I think that one was bigger. Maybe if the big shark gets a hold of you, it's to kill. Well, and on that delectable note, I think it's probably a good time to end for the night.
Streamer, game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Streamer,
no.
Streamer got a raid.
Mad glad.
Welcome, raider, welcome, raiders.
Thank you so much for the raid. That's so kind of you. I literally just said I really need to leave to wrap up for the night, but thank you. You guys, please go check out Mad Glad, who streams a lot of older games, including old like shooters and different kinds of games. Welcome in. What were you playing, Mad Glad? Welcome in, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who particularly likes horror games. And today we've just been playing Resident Evil for the GameCube, and it's fun. We knifed some giant spiders to death. We got stung to death by zombie bees, chased by zombie snakes, eaten alive by zombie sharks. I'm noticing a theme here. Must be a zombie game or something. But hey, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Matt Glad. That's really kind of you. And hey, Retro Interocitor. Welcome in, Interocitor. You guys should check out Retro Interocitor too. Who streams a lot of older console games like 3DO and Super Nintendo, that sort of thing. Baldi's Basics Plus. Is that a horror game? An indie horror game? Sounds like it. Oh, that's... yeah, well, thank you for bringing it back, Matt Glad. Oh yeah, my pleasure. Normally I would, since you brought your friends here, I would play a couple more rounds and see if I can not get turned into fish food. But it's late. I streamed later. I started later than I intended and streamed later than I intended and have work tomorrow, so I probably should wrap up and we'll go ahead and find somebody to raid. But yeah, really appreciate you guys joining me. Oh, yeah, it's too easy to, once the stream gets started, if it's going well, to keep going and be like, well, maybe just one more. Oh, we've got a redemption for Eat Something Strange. Okay, absolutely. I'll eat something strange and wrap up, and we'll raid. I have something strange, but it's in the freezer. I'll go get it. I'll be right, BRB. I have returned. Oh, thank you, Slarty. Yes, I did. Oops, wrong one. Died a couple times, but still made some progress. So, eating something strange. What do we have that's strange today? Why, it's mochi. What type is it? Cookies and cream. Ice cream mochi. I mean, it's strange. You don't see that around every day. But they always sell it at the local dollar store. Shut the fuck up, airplane line. It's totally strange. Some people just have to contradict everything you say. Assuming I can get it open. Yeah. I have to child-proof the mochi these days. I guess it's because children like mochi. It seems to be. It seems to have melted slightly. How can I do this without? No kidding, your restaurant sells mochi, and you see it every day. ASMR opening. Do I have... I feel like I have something to pry it open and out with. Yeah. This is why you don't throw away the knives from their disposable silverware and you don't use them. You might need them to pry mochi out of the container at 3 a.m. after getting eaten by zombie sharks. Oh, this is quite good. Not bad for $1.25. Everything at the dollar store costs $1.25. It's okay. The Fed says there's no inflation. Yeah. That joke doesn't work anymore. The Fed says there is inflation. That's getting scary. Scarier than Resident Evil. Yeah, mochi is good. No, this was actually the dollar store. And until like last year, everything there was $1. But then they brought almost everything up to $1.25. And then they diversified. And they're like, oh yeah, and here's like $4 stuff as well. And I'm like, false advertising. And mochi is healthy. A lot healthier than normal ice cream because the covering has a lot of nutrients. It's practically like eating a sandwich. An ice cream sandwich. No, wait. Ice cream sandwiches aren't healthy. I don't know. I think eating with a knife kind of works. Especially when it's frozen pretty solid. Oh dear. So that's more of what's causing the inflation and the prices to go up. You guys know more about it than I do. I haven't really been following it. I probably should no better. But yeah, the 1.25 plus store. That's not a bad name for it. It's certainly honest. Something to be said for honesty in advertising. And you're welcome, Slarty. I'm glad you did. May as well find somebody to raid, but give you guys an idea of what's going on in the near future. Oh, and just to remind you guys, the community challenge is still going on. You can contribute channel points to make me play an RTS game, which is something I don't normally do. It requires too much thinking. And we may extend that. And I'm not a fan of RTS either, Matt Glad. So coming up in the near future, I stream every Wednesday and Sunday evening and Saturday late afternoons when we do Short Horror Saturday. And let's see, this Saturday, I'm actually not sure what we're going to do for Short Horror Saturday. I need to figure that out. Oh, thank you, Daggers. Really appreciate it. I don't know. Maybe we'll play several gory 2D games if I do actually get Blip and Blop working well on Windows 10. I don't know. I've got plenty of horror games I can delve into. And then Sunday, we'll be continuing Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People. And we were halfway through an episode last Sunday when the computer in OBS decided they were going to have issues and crashed like several times. So I don't know if we'll finish the whole game, because 1.5 episodes of a Telltale game might be a lot for one stream. Pardon me. I don't know. I'll figure out what to do. And then at some point, I recently hit 250 followers, so I'll have to do something to celebrate that. And yeah, actually now we're up to 255, and if there's one thing I've learned from computing, if we get one more follower, it'll all reset to 0. Yep. Just like the bug in Sinistar. Don't believe me? Look it up. It's all true. So I hear. And so yeah, time for a good reboot. Yeah. And then in a couple weeks, after we finish Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People, we'll be starting Military Quest by Zoramium Software, which is a really rare game. I think it was released circa 06, but I got a copy from the developer, and I don't think it's publicly available at this point. So that'll be neat. They're the same ones who did that haunted house adventure that we did a couple weeks ago for Short Horror Saturday. That would be badass, but kind of terrifying. You're still on at this hour. The usual late night suspects. Not that many people I know, actually. Should I try and find somebody new to raid? Maybe someone else playing Resident Evil? Let me see. Is he online? I'm too tired. I didn't really... Oh, wow, it's 3 a.m. Let's just raid our friend Mr. STJ. He's playing Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, so also retro fun. crazy. Sometimes there's so many people I know online, and sometimes there are almost nobody. It's, I guess, because different people stream on different days so much. The stage. Okay, there, it seems to be working. Oh, thank you guys all for being here, whether you're chatting or lurking. It means a lot that you would hang out here. And also everybody who came in on the raids. And yeah, thank you guys for the raids and for the subs and everything. You can follow me on Twitch to see when I'm live. You can follow me on Twitter and MySpace for stream announcements and, and polls and random jokes and mentions of free games on GOG and whatever. And you can find VODs of my past streams on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Techie Rob and Interocitor. Thank you guys. I hope everybody has a good night, a good rest of your week, and I see you guys here over the weekend. Try not to get too close to zombie ravens or you might piss them off and they'll eat you. And say hi to Mr. STJ and I'll see you guys soon.